Oh wait, did this all go auto live? Uh, that's not right. Why is it auto live? It says it's upcoming. Are we dealing with broken stream technology? Why are you being so... Sign to chat, refresh. What is it? I can't tell if I'm actually live or not. Okay, so apparently I am live. Uh, that's weird. Okay. I've got the little banner that tells me that I am... How many packets am I dropping? I am dropping a fair number of packets. Good morning. Hopefully the stream is going to be behaved today. It's already decided that it's going to be glitchy. Yeah, it's already decided that it is going to be glitchy. Hopefully it's not going to be a complete mess. Yeah, bitrate's fine. I don't know why it wasn't supposed to auto start. I usually let it run for a bit so I can adjust it, but apparently it Okay, I'm just gonna kind of roll with it. Let me put the background music on. I did go fish off the white beat music that I have on the NAS white bat, so we'll have a little bit of difference, and maybe I won't get content ID'd again. Let me make sure this is actually playing. Yep. Alright, that's playing. And now I have the banner that tells me drop frames are 87%, which kind of tells me that I might need to switch to the other internet connection. Really? It's going to be... Oh, and then it goes to excellent. All right. Greek internet be Greek internet. So I haven't done all that much since last time. So I want to take this new compiler out for a spin. So let's add it to our path, and let's add it to GCC 46 bin like that. Okay, so now we have it. So what we need is we need expect TLC and Deja GNU if we want to run the live stream. So let me go find Tickle, because that's going to be the first thing we need to build. Like I said, I wasn't expecting it to immediately go live like it did. I must have had the box checked by accident. And I also found my monitor headset, so now I can actually hear the stream, which is nice. All right. Give me a moment. So let me grab the file. And probably when we get to running the actual test suite, I'll load RuneScape up again, because the test suite is going to run for a while, but we have to build some support packages before we can run it. So here we go. So Tickle. I am currently, yeah, I think I need 8.6. And okay, so the most recent release is 8.6.16. So let me grab that. And it's downloading. It's downloading very slowly. Oh no, it's redirecting me to SourceForge. Yeah, sorry, like I said, I didn't expect the stream to go live when it did, and I don't want to shut it down and restart it, so we're just going to have to deal with a little bit of early setup jank. And SourceForge is being absolutely garbage today. Why are you not downloading? Oh, it was probably struggling to show the cookie variable screen because, you know, you're in Europe. All right, so it redirected me a third time. here, let me tear this tab off and I'll put it up on screen. Oh, there it goes. Finally. So now I just need to put it somewhere where we can grab it. So let me put it in the desktop SFU source folder. The backslash key is not. Of course, it downloaded the wrong version of Tickle. That's not the one I needed. I need 8.6. I don't need 9. Okay, fine. Go back. Go back. Go back. All right. So Tickle 8.6. I clicked that. Downloading anything from SourceForge is the most obnoxious thing. And then it just starts spinning. Okay, 8.4.6. Download will start shortly. There we go. I will say that at least SourceForge has been consistent that it has been a crappy thing to download things, software from for literal decades. All right, so now we can go here. I refresh here, and I have the Tickle source. So save target as, and we want to just put this in. Cool. All right, so gtar extract tickle 863. I'm a little worried this might be too new to build, but we'll see. And it's also got a lot of interesting components. That being said, Tickle is used in a lot of industrial stuff, so I'm going to assume it basically will just work, and that's kind of my hope. Well, no, the lamp did not make it to Greece. It didn't actually leave Portland with me, or New Jersey, so it didn't even make it to Portland. So, all right. We are, at least we're finally off to the races. As slow as it's going. All right, so now we just gotta wait for all this crap to extract. And hopefully it will just work. All right, so there's no configure script. I think I go to UNIX. Oh, there's the configure script. So let's do op prefix, op tools. I hope that's going to build with the right GCC. I assume it will. I probably should rename the system GCC to GCC 3.3, just so I don't have conflict. Actually, you know what? That's actually a really good idea. GCC. Yeah, so the system GCC is in GCC 3.3. Yeah. Well, I'm just not sure that, like I said, this is a somewhat questionable C library. It already had problems with building GCC and also on things with GCC I have to do. I think I still have the std inf file. Yeah, I do. That needs to go away. The compiler should provide that for us now, so I can just move that to my home folder, and then we try this again. And then I can just lean back in my chair and consider it good. Okay, it only took us 10 minutes to actually start doing something useful. So we need tickle, we need expect, and we need deja GNU. So hopefully none of this is all going to be all that horrible to get. Expect should be pretty simple, and hopefully tickle has a test suite. Of course, right now, it's, like I said, we're going to have to jump through quite a lot of hoops to get things going, because right now we've just got the base environment basically sorted. I'm trying to think of what else we might need. As far as actually building the cross-compiler, we are going to need a copy of the Linux kernel, we're going to need glibc, and then it's a two-pass cross, you have to build the cross-compiler twice. Once you have to do a minimal one, use that to install the headers, and then you have to do the whole thing. But I want to know if this compiler is actually good. See, the one thing that kind of concerns me is I've seen, somewhat concerning assembler warning messages. So I'm worried we're going to get a lot of false failures on the tool chain. I'm not sure that's actually going to be. The end goal is to build a Linux from scratch system on top of Windows XP. That is the end goal. God, this is a slow configure script. And if we end up like doing advanced thumb twiddling, I will probably load up RuneScape on the side while we watch it go. Is chat messages not showing up? So here, that's there. Chat box is there. Yeah, that's interesting. Chat messages are not showing up on stream. They should be, but they're not. And also, the donation goal came back, even though I turned it off. There we go. That's off. Oh, no, there it is. Well, before we build Linux, yeah, the end goal is to build Linux. I still need to know if this compiler is actually healthy, although it really has exactly one goal, and that's to build the cross-compiler. That said, this is kind of good practice to actually do it. Like, this step is technically optional, but actually running the test suite seems like it's a good idea. God, this configure script is very slow. All right, so how are folks' mornings going? I mean, we have 36 viewers. Which, considering I think it's like 3 in the morning in the United States, is not bad. It's 10:45 a.m. here. I have a hard stop at about 4 p.m. Okay, that's done. So, all right, let's run gmake. Yeah, so I don't know if you can see it because it's scrolling by very quickly. We should be getting to the build Linux step this weekend. The cross compiler, and we're going to have to. The thing is, I am going to run the test suite on the cross compiler because God knows this entire thing is running on hope and a prayer. So, yeah. Sailor Moon. I haven't watched that since the 90s. Literally, when it was on Toonami on Cartoon Network. It was alright. Uh-oh, something died. Storage size of p-time is not known. Five two eight. So it wants time spec. I'm assuming it's just got the wrong header file. Because that should be present. So time.h. Yeah, I think I just have to add time.h to this file. All right, well, that died. It died in a different file that time. Okay, so no, I didn't actually get that. I didn't actually clear that error. This is me trying to build too new of a tickle on an old platform. Let's see if that actually builds. Storage time of p-time is not known. But we do have time spec. I mean, I just confirmed we have time spec. Yeah, my internet is just not having a happy today. If it really starts acting up, I'll try going onto the house internet, but... Oh, that's right. I actually need to set a C flag. It needs... What is the name of the... Yeah, it needs all source. So gmake this clean. C flags. Is it with an underscore? Yeah, it's an underscore. C flags. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just really crappy internet. I'm streaming at 720p. I really don't want to go to standard definition streaming. I am recording it in 1080p. Yeah, I mean, the compiler hasn't exploded yet, which is kind of a nice thing. Sooner or later, we're going to hit an internal compiler error, and then I'm going to have a SAD. Yeah, I might have to switch to... What's the stream output? I could lower the bitrate. Yeah, I can lower the bitrate further for the streaming. We'll see if that helps. Because that'll use less bandwidth, and it will hopefully drop less frames. Alright, let's see if that makes the problem go away. I've still got the YouTube warning banner that it's not happy with my internet. Hopefully setting that C flag will help. She sets C flags by the seashore. Yeah, well, it hasn't seg faulted yet, although I'm fairly optimistic we're going to see some interesting explosions. Because effectively, as far as I can tell, no one has ever built GCC 4.6. It is possible that it was in package source. It wasn't terribly difficult to get it built and working, but I also get the sensation that people stopped caring. So now we gotta wait for configure to rerun because I had to set a C flag. Yeah, I forgot that on Intrix, because most things have not cared up to this point. You have to set the all source C flag to basically make things work. Yeah, I still got the poor banner on Studio. Like, there are days where the internet works great here, and then there's days where it is just complete and total garbage. I actually have decided that instead of doing something with AUX, I'm going to revisit a project I tried to do a year ago, which I might start doing in parallel to this one just because of how much time it's going to take. Well, then again, maybe I'll just see this one through to the end. The problem is configure, it takes full advantage of the fact that the Unix shell is turning complete, and it's a generic way to do everything. I think I prefer auto tools to CMake, but CMake just makes everything like way harder than it needs to be. And if you ever have to cross compile with CMake, it's just a sad. Alright, so hopefully this makes the problem go away. Yesu, Catherine. I hope you're having a good morning today. Yeah, like, services for Unix had some community. Like, there was a port of Debian that ran in Interix. There was a port of package source. But I don't get the sensation that it was used very much. Like, especially not as compared to Cygwin, because you had to download and install this, as opposed to Cygwin, where you can just ship applications with cygwin1.dll. Yeah, fine. All right, now hopefully that configure flag. Hold on, let me. Are you kidding me? Oh god, the standard library has stir-l copy. Oh, you are effing kidding me. That's a thing. So stir-l copy is an OpenBSD function. It's not part of the C standard. Yeah, yeah, that's a thing. Okay. Um, they literally copied this from OpenBSD. Which means that I have to actually disable because yeah, we do actually have that function. Yeah, okay. So yeah, we actually have some of the OpenBSD functions on this. I'm shocked that that's a thing. Yeah, I mean, it's more like OpenBSD on top of Windows XP, which I don't know if it's all OpenBSD code. I may have some free BSD DNA in there, but it is kind of BSD all the way down. Yeah, we could go back to running with a parallelized make. I think I'm gonna have to have an energy drink. Like, I slept well. Like, on Sunday, the fact that I figured out in about 30 minutes how to change GCC to generate stdint, I don't know how I did that. I even say as much in the devlog. I must have had some tremendously good sleep over the weekend. That or the power of LAN compels me. Oop, something broke. Uh... The compiler does not like that constraint. UNIX long... Yeah, I think that's a... I think that's... Hold on. 48... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16. Why doesn't it like that? Missing binary option before token 0. And it's only complaining on on this line. I don't think we have that variable. User include limits. Oh, we do have it actually. And that's how it's defined here. And this definition is included because of all source. I feel like enabling all source may have been a mistake. I don't touch leaked source code for legal reasons, so I can't help you with that. Is it blowing up because of the macro? Like that... That doesn't feel like the right way to fix this. I'm just curious if that changes the failure. Yeah, no, that basically works. No, that does not work. So then it gets to 51. I mean, ZU8 tells me that it wants an unsigned 8. So hold on. If it defines, if Umax, if ulong max equals, like it feels like it should be going down the first branch. Hold on. Because this will break with a macro problem if that code's wrong. I am deeply confused on why that was a thing. I mean, it seems to be okay now, so let's go back to taking advantage of all the cores of this fully operational battle station. Yeah, I'm still getting the YouTube warning thing. You know, I am burning in the stream chat into I don't know if I want to do that or I don't want to do that. I might as well leave it in for this one, and I'll see how I feel about it. Well, I have the option of not, having it in the recording and having it live on screen. All right, excellent, Chef. Get more. Get some good sleep. Okay, so now it's building SQLite. Now, SQLite I've seen build on like a potato with a C compiler that can barely be called that, so I don't have any real reason to expect it will or will not build. Hey, Robert K. And also, morning, Frank Castle. Yeah, I haven't decided if I want to leave the stream. I think I'm just going to leave it burned in for this one, and I'll see how I feel about it while editing. But this is the first thing we've actually tried to compile with the new compiler, so we need Tickle, Expect, and Deja GNU. Yeah. Ah, greetings from Quebec. Well, you know, while that's downloading, I will grab Expect, which I'm pretty sure that one's a GNU package. Oh, no, it isn't actually. That's easy enough to download. So I'm currently downloading Expect on the other screen while this runs. All right, well, there's Tickle SH, so that's a good sign. All right, so that's Expect downloading. or trying to download, because holy cow, SourceForge is just going very slowly for me. So 5.4. All right. So download. Coffee. YouTube takes 30% of super chat revenue and membership. Coffee goes straight to me. So if you want to make if you just want to make a large donation, do it. Send it through Coffee. That goes straight to me. It's because the fork system call is slow, but it's configure is slow on most platforms that are not named Linux, and it's largely because Linux has an incredibly optimized. Okay, I would really love to download this file, SourceForge. Can you let me download it, please? It used to be that they would have the direct download. There it is, direct download link. Currently downloading from Belgrade. Okay. All right. While that's still building, let me also go grab. Let me go. I assume Deja GNU is, yeah, it's on GNU's FTP, so that one is trivial to grab. So just expect I have to deal with modern technology. Willie Coop, I would love to see a benchmark that actually proves that. Like, that's a claim that you're going to have to back with actual data. I can believe that it's true, but really speaking, that's a claim. Like I said, that's a claim you're going to have to back with a benchmark. Python took a while before it was really, shall we say, baked. Um, okay, so now it's building the Tickle database connection for Postgres, even though we don't have Postgres. The NT kernel itself supports fork as a syscall. You can't access it when under the Win32 system API, but subsystems can access it, and it was used in subsystem for Unix, as well as services, Windows services for Linux version 1.0. Presumably, it's still there in Windows 11, just unused, because it's been there basically right along. Like, CPM makes a lot of sense if you're just building stuff, not for distribution. Like, you load CPM, and you grab whatever libraries your Perl script needs. I mean, there was nothing like it really beforehand. Like, there was no, we didn't have pip or or comprehensive Python stuff. I still think CPM is better than gems, because every time I have to deal with gems in a packaging sense, I just hate my life. Um, I know there was a few attempts to port the CPAN architecture to work with like C, but I don't think they really got anywhere. They weren't ever particularly popular. There's R has a port of CPAN that's CRAN. PHP didn't have one for a long time, but now they, I think it's Composer. It's more that Windows is built around optimizing for threads, and realistically, threads get you more bang for your buck than forks do. But the Unix way of life is fork. I'll be back in a moment. This is at least running nicely now. Oh, was that build failure or no? That was. Uh-oh. What is that failure? What is that failure? Four five 315. 45315. Okay, so that's oh, it wants DL open. Do we have DL open? We do have DL open. So why don't you see the header file for it? We have the manual page for DL open, but I don't think we actually support DL open. Let me, let's take a little look at the C library and see if it's actually there. Yeah, no, it's not. Okay, that's a little bit annoying. So I think we need to, where did it actually start building this? UNIX. All right, I think we need, yeah, so we don't actually seem to have DL open. It is documented there, but it's not actually present. Although I just saw something that I probably, hold on. There is libdl. Oh. Okay. Hold the boat on that one. So we have that header. So this file comes from the GNU C library, but it doesn't feel like it should be. I'm really hoping this isn't me having. It's possible they just threw that. Doesn't feel like it's supposed to be part of GCC. They could have just copied it though. I'm seeing if there's. I'm currently waiting for it to search with the GCC source code to see if there's, like when we dealt with the std_int error, there were std_int files in GCC, but I know GCC fairly well. I'm fairly certain that this doesn't exist in GCC. I'm pretty sure this is a C library thing. And it kind of looks like they just kind of copied the file from glibc and called it good. Let me write these in my notes for this, because obviously this is going to be a thing we kind of care about. Yeah, it is part of the C library. Like that does. Let me check. Let me look at the Debian packages archive. Let me just confirm that that actually comes from the C library and not GCC. Although GCC can implement files that it needs in certain cases, but I'd assume it would have found it by now if it existed there. And I did take a backup of my build directory before recently. Well, I backed up the source code. I didn't back up the build directory, but I backed up the tools. Yeah, so on Linux, it is in fact shipped as part of the C library. It is not part of GCC. Um, that is bizarre. Like, all right, let's see if that lets it build now. Yeah, that seems to have done the trick. Oh, no, that didn't do the trick. What failed that time? That's a lot of errors. Warning, 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 warning. But I don't actually see an error. I gotta send it to a file because I don't see the error. Trunk, truecate is not declared. Is that the only error? Yeah, that is the only error. And it's on that line. I'm going to have to write down that line number because I keep forgetting it. It is 132341. 132341. Okay, so there's the easy answer. We don't have C99. We don't have C99 math functions. So where is that getting defined? So if it's not defined, if MSC... Okay, so it basically assumes that if it's not building for Visual C++... yeah, okay, so that actually needs to be... we do have a define that does it. I believe it's -- interix, I believe is defined for this platform. Also, I really need to build Vim because I like to be able to suspend my terminal. Nope, that wasn't it. Yeah, I don't know actually. I think I can just add... Let me see if I can figure out what the compile time flag for interx is. Interx define CPP. Okay, so it's underscore... I actually was right. It's just all in caps. Let me just make sure there's nothing else this does that I care about. So that does it on if. Yeah, like we have parts of it. We just don't have all of it. Oh, for the love of... Hold on. GCC dump specs. That will actually tell me what the default... show me most of the defaults. I'm just looking for... I actually want to know what it is because I'm probably going to care later in this process. Okay, so it's echo GC DME. There we go. All right, so define interx1. So it is defined. Oh, I think it needs to be equal 1. I'm very good with C. Oh yeah, you're right. I think that does have to be the other way around. That didn't fix it. What? Oh, wait. That's not going to work because MSVC version is going to equal 0. This is an OR statement. This needs to be an AND statement. Wow, I am just shit with C, isn't it? Like, I probably am just doing this the hard way. And then this needs to be... If MSCC version or so, and then this one needs to be evaluate to 1. So if interx equals 0... Or that may have done it. Well, chat, it does look like it's building. Hey, yeah, that actually built. Did that build? I think it built, chat. Do we have a check or sometimes it's check, sometimes it's test. Gmake test. Yeah, that's right. That's building the tests. I don't know how long this is going to take. But this is the first, like, complex program we've built with the new compiler. Okay. That's running. I don't know why it's trying to run a program called O, but it's specifically not... It's specifically ignoring that failure because of the line that follows after it. Gmake is GNU make. I just installed it as a separate command because there is a system make command, which is a very ancient BSD make. Yeah, no, there is O command not found, but it's a non-fatal. So the question is, how long will these tests take to run? Yeah, we successfully built Tickle, and the stream just says it lost data. All right, you know what? Oh, and then we're back. Okay, it's just having issues today. Strictly speaking, it's the last version that supports InterX for XP. Although supports is a very loose word here. These tests are going to take a while, aren't they? I'm actually wondering how long the Tickle test suite takes. Tickle test suite time. Like, how long of a wait do we actually have here? Apparently, see, it's also going to do a comprehensive test of SQLite, which is probably a good thing. Like, normally this would probably be very painful, but I wonder if there's a way I can paralyze this. Because I mean, this is just running one command that's running all the tests. It's also completely possible it hanged. Green Dragon, aside from some patches to GCC, I haven't really changed that much source code. Alright, let me see if this test is known to hang. I'm currently looking at the test and just seeing what it actually does. So it waits 100 seconds. The test started... Yeah, that's been more than 100 seconds. No, sorry, it waits 180 seconds, which... yeah, I'm looking at the source code of it right now over here. It clock seconds minus start less than 180. So yeah, that kind of implies the async functions may actually be broken. I'm not completely surprised given everything we've seen. I'm just going to try running it one more time and seeing if it actually gets through that. That's actually a little bit concerning because I'm pretty sure Deja GNU uses those async functions. I think hold on. I'm going to do something. I'm going to have a big slash small brain moment here. I'm going to reconfigure XP to run on one processor core only because I am pretty sure this is SMP with SMP problems with XP. We've seen this problem before. So if I just switch XP to run on a single core, I suspect that test will run. Yeah, I suspect the concurrency crap is broken. We've been having problems with that right along with services for Unix. Like I said, there are hot fixes that are supposed to fix it, but currently just waiting for the VM to shut down. I don't want to hard reset it. We are now patiently waiting it to patiently shut down. You always gotta love when computers take a really long time to shut down for no discernible reason. There we go. Alright, settings. You are now a single processor machine. Well, I was literally looking at the stats for it. We're using Hyper-V. Largely because I wanted to use VirtualBox, but I couldn't get it to work, and I need this to be actually virtualized. But the thing is that we've seen these type of hanging issues right along. Alright, now I gotta wait for the network to come back. Which always takes a bit. It shouldn't matter for changing for the HAL it should not matter. Stop notifying me about notifications. Let's see if that solved the problem. I'm not optimistic. Let me see here. Let me look at exactly what this test case is doing. It does say that this test is normally disabled on Windows. So it is entirely possible that the 8 is broken. I want to see if it'll actually fail, though. So, yeah, because I just noticed at the very top of it, it has a test constraint, not Windows CI, and this would effectively be... It's running under UNIX, but it is effectively Windows semantics. I will give it 3 minutes to see if it fails or does something. Stream's kind of lagging right along. It's just really crappy internet. Yeah, I'm going to give it a few minutes. I am concerned that it is a race condition. Because according to the actual code of the test, which I've got here and I'll make big. So we can see here if the Tickle platform is Windows, it disables this test. It just doesn't run it. It starts a bunch of async stuff. And like it does test async handlers. Reset alt test. What does it actually run as the code? Yeah, it basically just does a whole bunch of async stuff at once. And then it waits 180 seconds for it to pass or fail. The fact that this is disabled on Windows kind of is a hint to me. But I am worried that's going to prevent us from running the GCC test case. Like, I don't think that's a problem with GCC 4.6. I really don't. I'd be very surprised if it was. I'm not convinced I could get Tickle to build with 3.3. We could try it. You can run them in terminal, or at least I believe you can. Like, if I go... That was not the right terminal I opened. I've actually not tried that, so I'm a little curious myself. No, it does work. It does run in a separate subsystem, but it does work. Yeah, okay, that's not working. All right. So let's disable that test, which we can do by going to tests all TLC async. Let's see if any other ones fail or otherwise hang. Oh, okay. Did I kill it a little prematurely? Yeah, I am legitimately concerned that if Deja GNU uses async, which it may or may not, I'm not going to be able to run the GCC test case, which would really kind of suck. If that is the only failure, though, I am... Let me look at Deja GNU and see if it uses the async code. Oh, something failed. So channel IO looks like it failed. And it does look like it's not running the rest of the test now. I wonder if I should actually have built an older... There is actually a wiki page on the InterX POSIX subsystem. Hold on. So they mention it here, but they don't actually say anything else about actually running it on there. Okay, that was an error test failure. I'm currently I'm looking through the rest of this. This might be a case I've built a too new version of it. Because I do see an e-build here for Debian for Gentoo Tickle, which looks like it's 3.5.13. I'm assuming, yeah, I have that feeling that the version I built was probably way too new. The fact that it built was nice. Also, God, my internet is flipping slow today. No, it is masked on InterX. Oh, the clock test passed. I'm currently just flipping through and seeing if there's anything else here. Yeah, I can't find anyone that's actually ran Tickle on this. That is not... That is legitimately not optimistic, the number of test patch failures we're getting. Is the stream hung or is it actually still running? Yeah, I can't find indication that Interx was ever tested or supported with Tickle. So that's great. Um, oh wait, there is something on Handover University's FTP. I'm assuming that doesn't. Yeah, no, that just literally talks about, and that does seem to be the actual recommendation of what you're supposed to do. I'm a little tempted to see if we can build it under GCC 3. But I don't think it would make a difference. Yeah, that's a lot of math failures. What is it actually failing on? Yeah, it looks like it's actually rounding the wrong way. Yeah, look at this. All the round results are going down instead of up. That does imply there's something wrong with the compiler. Or it could just be the floating point mode being actually used here. Let me resume test. I'm trying to build the tools I need to actually test the GCC, which means I need Tickle. So we're running Tickle's test suite, and it's not having a happy. I think I need to actually run this in parallel. You know what? I think I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to pull up. Let's pull up Corn Shell. I can't paralyze this because we're now a single core system because I wanted to see if that made the problem go away. Oh yeah, that might be the problem. F fast math. I might have to set that as a C flag. That being said, there's still enough failures here that I am slightly concerned about it, but I'm currently thinking of what to do right now. It's also possible the fast math is the problem for the arithmetic problem. So you know what? Let's shut down the VM. Let me switch it back to multi-core because obviously that didn't make the problem go away. And then I'll set F no fast math. Where's my... Yeah, here it is. I wonder if there's a way I can make that the default. F no fast math. All right, so processors now added. Turn it back on. Yeah, F no fast math is the option. I just have to actually like set it. I'm also going to try building it with GCC 3 just to see if it is the same problem. Because remember, we're dealing with a compiler that I just built out duct tape and spit. So knowing if this is a problem that I caused or if it's a problem in general is kind of a good thing to know. I'm waiting for the remote desktop connection to come back up. Networking always takes a long time after VM boot. There we go. Yeah, someone actually made me an emoji of 7.42 kilometers per hour that I need to set up on the channel. Um, I also probably should just try building an older version of it, but I have that feeling it may not actually help. Okay, so gmake this clean. Yeah, let me just do a disk. And I will try this with GCC 3 just to see if there's any actual difference. Alright, so now we're running multiple builds in parallel. Honestly, I am tempted to. The fact that TLC is blacklisted on Interix is concerning. On Gentoo. You know what? I think I am going to get. I am going to get an energy bill while this energy drink while this configures. All right, I'm back. I mean, the good thing is that Tickle did build. I just don't know what to make of that actual failure, though. I'm just standing right now because I really need a better chair. Like, this is the crappiest office chair I've ever had. I mean, if it's just broken on Interix, that's one thing. If it's my compiler that broke it, that's an entirely different thing. Hopefully, Tickle will build with 3.3. I'm not holding my breath on that one. Merrick, I'm going to give you credit for that idea in the script. Assuming I can copy and paste your name into a Google Doc without it completely breaking. I tell it to paste without formatting, and it pastes. No, I don't want the text in white, Google. Don't Don't do this to me. Energy drinks help, although I hate the fact that I've already had 2 today and I still feel kind of dead. Like, some days I feel like I sleep amazingly and some days I don't. Yep, we're basically using all cores. And now we're using half our cores. Well, I mean, GCC does seem like it's working fairly well. It's just... Or I shouldn't say fairly well. I need to like run these tests in parallel and see what actually happens. Because if it's busted on GCC 3, at least it's not something I did. It's just Tickle being Tickle. Or, well, Interx being kind of iffy. I can set. You know what? I do have control. I do have a bot in the chat, so I could set its options, just so it basically will do that automatically, and then I just have to remember to update the status on it. So you know what? I'll do that. Wow, my internet connection is really just suffering today. Alright, timers, not timers, it's... Oh yeah, here we go. So add timer, current status... Alright, so now we have... Yeah. That was actually a really good idea, Artej 11. I mean, if it fails, it's the test in the same way on GCC 3.3. At least I know I didn't make the problem worse. If it doesn't fail the test with 3.3, then we've got a real problem. because I might have a lemon as I might have successfully compiled um, a lemon or perhaps a Tesla Cybertruck as far as product usability goes. Well, right now I'm actually paying attention to it. Like when we get to the actually running the GCC test suite, which theoretically we'll get to today. Like I said, I have a hard stop around 4 or 5 p.m. But otherwise I'm free, and I have no class this week, which gives me a lot of free time to work with. So I kind of want to take advantage of that. Does look like the builds are basically one. Yeah, the builds are basically in the same build step. They've actually GCC 3 is actually a bit faster to run, I suspect. Yeah, Tickle hang around for Tickle ends up in a lot of interesting places. It's it was basically the all natural alternative to Perl, and it's very easy to embed Tickle into things. So it ended up in a lot of toolchain testing stuff. So I'm not really all that surprised that GCC uses it, but I've seen it in like a lot of internal toolkits before. The problem is I don't know what it's actually using under the hood, and to make matters worse, we also saw that the call IO functions were having issues. I want to at least see if this is something I've done or if this is something that Interx itself is actually broken with. Because if it's Interx that's broken, at least my compiler is not to blame. If it is my compiler, I've got to figure out why it broke. Yeah, I know. I've been told that Intel also uses Tickle very much a lot internally because I was friends with a fair number of Intel engineers when I lived out in Portland in 2010. So I know Tickle ends up in a lot of places. Um, Born out of frustration. Yeah, I can believe that. And there's the Streamlabs notification on what we're currently doing. I hate that it's building all the database crap, though. I wish it wasn't. I have no commentary to add. I'm sitting here in patience because I'm mulling what I will actually end up doing if I can't run the test suite. Um, the largest problem with Python is you can't really multi-thread Python due to the global interpreter lock. There have been efforts to make that less painful, but using Python has problems in anything that needs to use more than one CPU core at once. That being said, I've used the Python bindings in DaVinci Resolve at one time, and it was really cool. I never found a practical use for it, but I can see, like, for my work, but I can easily see why it's nice to have. Yeah, Tickle's base, you know, like, you have programming languages where everything is an object and such. Tickle's base idiom is everything is a string, and that has some good and bad things going with it, but it's a very flexible programming language. Like, the only time I ever did anything serious with Tickle was back in the days of egg drop bots on IRC. Um, it's because the Python core library just isn't. It's just one. It's how it works. The biggest way you get fast Python is using PyPy, which is a Python interpreter written in Python, which somehow manages to sidestep the entire problem. Um, I also think Cython manages to avoid the global interpreter lock, but the de facto C Python implementation has a GIL, and it's a very slow one. Oh, they've been working to remove the global interpreter lock. That is that's a nice thing. Probably way overdue, but I mean, Linux for a long time had the global lock, and then it took a couple of years, and this was in the early 2000s, to turn the lock into something that SMP on Windows was not actually terrible. Oh God, FNet. There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. The only IRC network that doesn't believe in services. Yeah, my understanding is that Tickle's core implementation is so simple, it's very easy to embed in like anything. You probably could get it to build on 16-bit Windows. I mean, it's happy building on GCC. This is an up-to-date version, and it's currently happy building on GCC 3.3. I've never actually used. I've seen TK in the wild, but it's very rare I actually see it. Honestly, I see TK Python applications more often than I see Tickle TK applications. I do love the Fox motif you get with it, though. All right, so now GCC 4.4 is just finishing SQLite. Yeah, Lua. Well, Lua was specifically designed to be embeddable. Tickle kind of got that over time, but Tickle is ancient. All right, so that actually finished. So you run your test suite, and let's see if disabling fast math at least made it less unhappy. Yeah, Tickle is old. So let's see if Fast Math made anything better. Microsoft did include the source code to the GPL components, but that was it. The rest of it's is binary form only. I'm assuming the OpenNT guys must have reverse engineered the POSIX environment to add the other functions to it. So this was the first test that failed last time, was ChanIO. So we'll know pretty quickly if... well, FastMath we don't care so much about because... yeah, okay, that... Yeah, so child status, put... It says error writing broken pipe. And wow, that music is loud. I'm going to switch to a different track. So this is my collection of Content ID stuff that I use for my videos. I finally fished it all out. Yeah, see, I am concerned about this failure in particular because channel IO is almost certainly used to do stuff. Where are you? You're still leaving directory. So that test failed. Let's see if the math functions are at least less happy. Yeah, I've definitely heard of... The thing is that I did read that Interix FIFO is actually kind of garbage. And that's kind of an important thing. That's already a little bit concerning. That being said, I didn't see... Well, it was Xper, which was the one that spewed out a million math errors. Meanwhile, this makes script actually looks like it hung. I think it's the next one that starts testing all the math, and then this one will run test on, and we'll see if GCC 3.3 is... We'll see if this is a compiler problem or if this is an actual tickle problem. Ooh, something failed. This code doesn't work on a decibel machine? The fuck? It actually aborted the test case. Yeah, it still got broken math due to rounding. Okay, so no fast math didn't do a damn thing. I don't know what to make of this one. So it can't actually... So the GCC 3 build of Tickle caved in, so I don't even know what to make of that build, that message. Yeah, chat, do you have any ideas on that one? Because it sort of implies that my compiler is more functional than the system compiler. Yeah, but I mean, the code we built under GCC 4 was okay. Is it maybe disabling fast math on this was a bad idea? I mean, I can rebuild it. No, it's not even running. It won't even run the test suite on the free compile. It's only running on 4.6, which kind of implies that my compiler is less broken than the crap Microsoft shipped. I'm going to add that to the notes. But yeah, that's a new one. Yeah, no, that is completely, that is a complete new one. All right, that one I'm not actually all that surprised at because that's just a connection refused. This will probably also error out. It is possible the home variable isn't properly set, which is why that test failed. Let me see what the other ones look like. Some of these are just arithmetic failures. It also could mean that my std.in implementation is a little bit questionable. There is no MSV CRT on this. This is GCC land. I mean, it is possible Deja GNU will actually still run under these conditions, but I'm expecting breakage of the nth degree. We'll find out though. Also, my keyboard keeps turning on and off. So we know there's a rounding problem with the math library. Deja GNU, I'm trying to remember what it actually does. It uses one shipped by Microsoft that's based on OpenBSD, and I know this because I've seen OpenBSD symbols in it that don't exist. Like it has strlcopy, which doesn't exist in the Microsoft one, and does exist in OpenBSD. So I know where they got their C library from. All right. Well, this is going. I'm going to get a third compile going. I'm actually going to just get expect going. Like we are just multitasking it today. Actually, you know what? Control Z, gmake install so it's available to the system. And while that's going, I need Internet Explorer, please. All right. Let's grab expect, and then we'll build that. I didn't see anything in the license that allowed redistribution. It was a window. It was basically an optional add-on for Windows XP. The core service subsystem for Unix applications, which is what they renamed it to 7 in 7 Vista. The core libraries are on the install CD, but you still need the add-on disk to actually get the utilities. So I do need to wait for that to finish running its make install step. We can extract expect while that goes. I mean, without open source, we'd probably be running a combination of Windows and Unix, and we'd probably hate our lives. I mean, yeah, I gotta wait for this to actually finish. I am really hoping this stream doesn't get content ID'd. Like, all the music in this folder are stuff that I've used in my old videos, so it shouldn't theoretically be an issue. Wow, that's taking its sweet time. Literally waiting for make install to do its thing. I should probably load Procmon just to see what it's actually doing and hope it hasn't actually, like, hung on me. Like, I'm assuming it's doing something. Maybe? Process Explorer. Oh, there it is. It's... Oh, I guess it must be building stuff in the back. No, that's not what it's doing. It looks like... Yeah, it looks like it's actually building something in the background. I guess... Oh, yeah, no, that's actually advanced because it was doing the CAPI stuff. So it's probably building some test code and crap. Wow, okay. There's a difference between free and open source packages and then Linux. Like, I have no real complaints with BSD. It's hard to run as a daily driver. You know, using GCC, a lot of free and open source code, I don't have problems with. I have problems with the ecosystem as a whole, but the individual components, not so much. So we gotta wait for all these header files to actually install. This is a slow install process, but at least it looks like it's at the tail end because it's just installing the TDBC stuff. Alright, so let's go back. We'll let this go back to running its test case, and then we will go... Alright, so that's configuring expect. This is going to look very messy on the stream. I can just tell you that. Or on the devlog. So that's still running make test. Hopefully it will... Like, in and of itself, I don't have a problem with the Linux kernel, at least as a user. I do think there's a lot of stuff in the kernel that's really badly architected, but I don't have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis, so whatever. But when you go a step up the plumbing... We now have, like, the do everything daemon of systemd. A lot of classic Unix stuff doesn't work. And then we have Wayland on top of it. Like, and it legitimately feels like the ecosystem is moving backwards. Alright, let me change our current status message. I mean, it's not even a... The thing is, it doesn't even feel like an improvement. Like, yes, there were problems with System 5 int, but... well, there are legitimate problems. But systemd solves, and I use that word kind of loosely because I don't think unit files do a particularly good job, but I was an upstart... I liked upstart. My problem with Gentoo is that upgrading it tends to be a very large chore, especially when things like Perl and Python update. And you can easily end up in a case where you just can't emerge world. Like, that's happened to me several times. It's why I keep giving up on Gentoo, because I get tired of having to handhold it constantly. I mean, I honestly don't know that much about eBPF, but like I said, I really feel like the kernel is becoming a kitchen sink. And maybe it always was, but like, it feels like a giant mess that a lot of it needs to be thrown out, and not so much thrown out or rewritten, but refactored. And in theory, the kernel should make that easy because there's no stable internal API, but no one wants to do it, or there's a lot of pushback in trying to fix some of this crap. Like, Look at the sheer amount of horror stories that come out about people that contribute to LKML. So we had more math failures. I mean, that's actually kind of optimistic that it's only a handful of tests that are failing. And at least the math failure I understand. I do want to know if the GCC 3 version of Tickle also goes kaput. See, it's those rest of the line. Oh, it probably has a race condition. I probably just have to run gmake by itself. How can you not find yourself? It's trying to... What the hell is it doing? Like, what is it using for AR? Object extension is O. Yeah, AR is there. I mean, this is very similar to the problem we were seeing before, but, I wonder if it broke because I was running it paralyzed. Like, that's the only thing that comes to mind. But it's got that weird O issue again. Like, Tickle it wasn't a problem for, but this is actually complaining. What was the philosophical question I mentioned? Hey, Jackie the Deer. Oh, did the test case actually finish? Well, that one finished. Oh, this is fun. I can't figure out where it's trying to... Okay, you know what? I actually have to open this up in a real text editor and I have to look at it. Also, let me make the font bigger because I noticed when I was editing the video, the font was fucking unreadable. Editing... It's like object extent is getting referenced somewhere. What build step is it actually trying to run? Like, it says that's not a failure. Oh, this is... Oh, wrong command. It's, gmake test here. That's the GCC free tickle build. So what the hell is it actually blowing up on? I mean, it almost looks like that's a libtool command that's just somehow not becoming a libtool command. I think it's trying to run make lib, and make lib runs. All right, so what is S? Oh, there's the problem. SHLD. You just need to be LD. And once again, this code doesn't work on a decibel machine. So yeah, it doesn't work with GCC free 3. Improvement. I'm assuming I need a C standard library. Let's see here. I'm assuming there is... Maybe that's not the way I should do that. No! Okay, fuck. How do I actually build a shared library? Yeah, it definitely looks like, I'm a little bit at a loss at this one. Because the makefile doesn't build in a sane or intelligent way. Might be just hyphen shared. That actually might be it. Well, I mean, it sort of worked. I did actually end up with libexpect, and it did actually build it as a, okay, so that sort of kind of worked, but not really. Well, I think I can coax it in the building if I just rename it and give it the SO extension. Like, that's not the way you're supposed to do this. Well, that just blew a ton of assertions. Did it build? It did actually build. And it does actually look like it works. There is a test suite. We should probably run it because we have now entered the is it check or is it test? Dynamic loading is not currently available on this system. Oh, for the love of God. I get this horrible sensation that this is much... So it built me a tickle that can't DL open. So it does see DL open in DL, which is correct. Can't figure out how to do dynamic loading. Okay, so that's the configure test it cares about. What is it fucking doing in that configure test? Oh, I'm pretty sure if we go... I'm pretty sure... Okay, I already think I know what the problem is. I'm assuming that if it doesn't actually have a platform flag here, it will... Like, there's one for Haiku. Yeah, InterX isn't defined here. So I'm assuming then, like, there's probably the... Like, that's the PA risk code. So I think if I just go to the Sigwin code and add InterX as a possible target... I think I gotta look at the, Oh boy. Yeah, that's a lot of platform code. If Tickle can't load expect, I almost certainly can't run the Deja GNU test suite. Which, I don't know how they managed to run it regard... Let me look at the Deja GNU requirements. Like, does it actually need... I'm assuming it needs expect support in Tickle. The damn thing's written in Tickle. No, this was an error. I saw the error. The error was the fact that... And I know for a fact we've seen this. We could... Where it basically blew right here. It said, can't figure out how to do dynamic loading, so it disables it. Because this is the warning it actually ran into. It tried to build DL. It tried to build a test with dynamic loading. Enable load. Yeah, because I saw that warning in the configure message. I didn't think much of it at the time. Oh, that's kind of a problem. Like, it's not GG problem, but it is a pretty major problem because it means I can't run the compiler test suite. It's not a showstopper for actually building Linux itself, but I kind of want to know that my compiler is healthy. Yeah, so this was the warning it ran into. So build DL test, DL targets, else. So DL objects becomes blah blah. Test TLK, enable level. That is concerning. Like, let me do tickle Deja GNU. Let me see if Deja GNU actually requires. So no, it does actually need it as an extension to tickle. I'm already reading this right here. Frig. The code basically bit raw, and there was no maintainer for GCC. There were patches, partial patches on the bug tracker, but they were never landed in the tree. I'm going to take a brief break because I kind of need to mull on this one. I will be back in a few minutes. Because that is not a good place to be, and I have to figure out how I'm going to... back. I want to take a closer look at the tickle config script. I mean, it says enable load is the default. I wonder if I just need to add a target. You know, I think I just have to add interx to this line. What is it checking? What is this case statement actually checking? It's not DL, but no, that isn't completely correct. Cygwin compiles only supported with -- threads. Which makes sense. And maybe I should enable that and see if more issues go away. It would be most similar to the BSDs. So let me see if I can find the chunk of code that does this for the BSDs. So that's all IREX. Here we go. Linux, GNU, Dragonfly, and FreeBSD. All right, screw it. We're just gonna kind of roll with this, and let's see if we can make this actually work. So, interx. Because it was identifying the platform correctly as interx. And it does build with threads on, so prefix, op tools, enable threads, enable load. Let's see if the configure messages change, because now I've told it that interx is similar to Linux, which from what I've seen is actually true. Patchbyte, this is kind of hell, but hell gets me views on YouTube. Well, the fact is that it's only doing that with GCC 3.3, which kind of implies my compiler is less broken. But if I can't solve this issue, then I can't run the GCC test suite. Which means we'll just have to fly blind and hope that my compiler is usable. The only other way I could think to run it is I could maybe use the Windows version of Tickle, but it's not going to be able to do file out. It won't be able to do. Yeah, no, that's not going to work for a variety of reasons now that I think about it. I'm waiting for the specific configure message to show up. How to build library shared. Okay, before it said that it was not supported. It found DL open. So if that fixes the shared library problem, then yay. Yeah, because system version is interx 5. Well, there's two different machine rounding errors. On GCC 4.6, the Tickle test suite actually runs. On 3.3, it believes that we're a decimal machine, which is a hilarious failure that nonetheless is not right. Or as they like to say, that's cute, but it's wrong. It's not just the test runner will not run. I'm just kind of mulling right now. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark. If I can't make headway on this one today, we're going without. Oh god, I hate how slow fucking configure is. I'm just... This is literally like clawing up a flick. You know, it really feels like I am just chipping away at this. Like, why didn't I go with my other idea of making a floppy version of Windows Millennium Edition? Alright. Maybe I'll just do one stream of that, because I did make some decent headway last time I tried that horribly cursed project. Alright, so now we gotta build Tickle again. But this time, it did not die of the same error. Although I am a little... It's going to die here. I gotta actually watch the... I have to actually watch the... I just saw it crash. It also blew an assertion. Yeah, the linker actually blew an assertion internally. That's not good. So what line did I actually change here? Export dynamic. All right, I think we send that. I think we're going to send that to the shadow zone. Because obviously that's not something we want to be using. ... question mark ... I'm legitimately thinking about that because export dynamic. Yes, when the project is done, the whole thing's going to be turned into a video. After each stream, I've been editing it into devlogs that are being posted to members as I finish them. Honestly, we're about 3 streams behind where I expected to be on this project. Yeah, the fact that the linker blew its brains out doing export dynamic does not fill me with joy. Coflink, it would be... I'd have to look at Microsoft's bin utilities. I'd have to go fish those out and actually figure out what that is. But yeah, that blew an assertion in BFD, which is not a good thing. But export dynamic is for ELF targets. There is a version of that for PE targets. I don't know if we actually care about that. It's / export all symbols. So maybe I should actually set that. -- export all symbols. I also don't know if we should have fpic actually set. The problem is the configure script is really slow. Alright, let me change our status message because we're not doing the same thing. Well, these are still PE files under the hood. They're not ELF files. But ELF was very common because the standard wasn't just controlled by Microsoft, and it was adopted by the Open86 Unix Consortium as essentially the de facto standard for Unix and POSIX operating systems on Linux. But yeah, the fact that the linker went and cried in the corner does not make me like optimistic. It's also possible we just don't need that because we didn't build expect with that option. So who effing knows? I mean, this is just all kind of magic joy sauce. Oh, wait. I just also realized I need to set additional options. This isn't going to work. We need C flags. Yeah, PE is based off cough. So something internal to Microsoft's linker blew its brains out. And I'm starting to wonder if I should try and upgrade bin utilities. I don't know if bin utilities supports Interix as a target. That easily could have been something Microsoft patched into it. Obviously it supports PE files, but you have minimum you have to set the subsystem to POSIX. Which, I mean, I can look and actually see if bin utilities supports Interix as a target. Bin utilities, Interix. But I get the distinct feeling it doesn't. Okay, no, there was actually an Interix build for it, so conceivably I could upgrade the linker and the assembler. That would mean I'd have to rebuild GCC, but that's not exactly a big deal. I'm currently looking at the Interix source code to get an idea of what I am dealing with right now. I'm not super optimistic about this, but I do see a bug report on bin utilities that talks about this. Like, I really don't want to switch out the system linker if I can avoid it. Alright, let me see what they have to say on the subject. So there was a commit landed. Let me do a search for Interix on Bugzilla. Let's see what bugs are actually open here. Internet go very slow. I will have to rebuild GCC if I build a new one. Bin utilities generates non-functional binaries. Let me look at closed bug reports. Wow, this Bugzilla is slow. Well, it's also probably my internet being slow. Yeah, let's search all bugs. I might regret this option. I might regret doing this. There are literally 2 bugs on the subject. So Interix seg fault. Well, that's interesting. So there is a cough link symbols. Check that the comdat pointer has been initialized before using it. So there is apparently some support in the GNU bin utilities for it. I just don't know how much changes Microsoft's made. And I really don't want to do that. Like, if I have to do it, it would... I could do it, but I would absolutely hate my life if I had to do that. There is a port of Wine for Windows already. Like, that's not a new thing. Wait, what? Now we're getting all sorts of new interesting build failures. So we have that. So that's a warning. So we get conflicting string types. What the hell? Did I mess up the configure line somehow? Now we have all source set. This is a completely different build failure. Yeah, this is a different build failure. What was the other thing that it was conflicting with? That one was just a warning. But this was not a conflict we had before. What the hell changed? Alright, I'm going to comment out there compact. I do get ad revenue if you watch it on my channel. I mean, if you're going to download it, so be it. But I do get ad revenue if you watch it on the channel. This has to be building code that we didn't build before. We have weight PID. Like, don't we actually have weight PID? We do have weight PID. Why is it building weight PID? I am legitimately losing my brain here. Oh, no, it doesn't actually recognize export all symbols. So you know what? That turns out my last fix was bogus. Okay, well alright. So that doesn't actually do anything. So you know what? We're going to send that to the Shadow Realm. That means I need to go back to the compact. What was the file I edited? Yeah, we go back to here. Okay, so what happened there was I completely broke the linker, and somehow configure didn't complain about that. Alright, I'm going to step away from keyboard for a few minutes just because I'm legitimately going mad here. I don't mind Vim, but this isn't Vim, this is VI. I find Notepad++ on Windows is not bad, but Visual Studio Code is my poison of choice. I'm going to just go consider my life choices right now because we're not getting anywhere quickly. I'm just legitimately like yeah, I mean this is definitely Microsoft really modified this linker. Because if it was a standard PE target, it would support export all symbols. But it also may not care. One of the things with PE files is there's what's known as DLL export and import. But that's only used on Win32. I don't think it's used on the... because other PE platforms don't use that functionality. It's not used in UEFI. I don't think it's used in Haiku or BOS. So maybe we don't need it? Question mark? I mean, GCC was able to build shared libraries. The problem is I don't know the technical info I need to build a shared library, and I'm not sure I really want to go down the rabbit hole to figure out. Yeah, so that time the configure check was proper for weight pid equals yes. So, okay, we have unbroken the linker. I am deeply, deeply confused. Like, if we don't make any headway by this by... like, if I don't get this at least some headway by this by the end of this stream, I'm going to just go without the test suite. Because I have a hard... like, I have my hard stop... the hard stop is actually at 5 p.m., but I think I want to spend some time not doing this between now and then. I'm legitimately looking at the configure messages just to see what's going on here. I'm a little worried. Yeah, so it's building DL test, which I'm assuming is like a test library for building shared libraries. ... question mark. Okay, so now it's going into the build. So it's also running this configure script. Uh-oh. I just saw a BFD failure. You know what? Let me run this as let me run this without -J. No, it just goes right into iTickle configuration. Builds GCC. I think it blew an assertion, but it didn't actually fail. Yeah, stop pulling my terminal down, Windows. That would be nice. So it did build libtip.so. And when it built it, it does look like the linker blew hit an assertion. Oh, that's the GCC 3 build. So that does actually work. Except for the fact that I need LD library path to be set to make it actually do something. So this may blow its brains out, but So it did actually. So it did actually successfully build. Can I run nm on? Yeah, I can actually. Yeah, so that did actually build properly as a shared library. So that means it should conceivably be able to do it. Okay, yeah, that is how we're going to fail. We need to hold on. We need to set LD library path, and we have to add this directory to it. Tickle is required to run the GCC test suites. I need this. I need this. I need expect with its tickle extensions, and I need Deja GNU. Deja GNU is just tickle scripts, so that one doesn't have a compile step. But I do need a working tickle to run the test suite. But the fact is, it did build it as a shared library, and that shared library does seem to work because tickle sh ran. So it does kind of imply that this is actually working. I just need to have LD library path set. My brain is kind of hurting. Also, my second screen cut out. I'm hoping configure doesn't get upset that I set LD library path. It sometimes does. Well, the thing is that GCC's test suite is very old. I mean, back in the day when it was written, Tickle stands for Tool Command Language. It was specifically written for this. But the fact is, Tickle sh did load as long as I had LD library path, and it was dynamically linked to libtickle so. So it does kind of imply that this works theoretically? Question mark. And considering that Tickle will not build with GCC 3.3 does imply that things have been working. Or implies my compiler is at least not completely broken, because it does seem to be working, at least to some extent. Also, stdint is not present. I'm pretty sure I have to do... I think I have to do install headers on GCC to make it actually install. Like, is there an install headers command for GCC? Because I did see that stdint was not actually... I don't know. Until it becomes a problem again, I'm not going to worry about it. Although, like I said, we should actually have sit in. I just want to take a little look around. Yeah, it does actually end up and it does get installed. It's just not being referenced for some reason. Until it actually becomes an issue, I'm not going to worry about it. Alright, so it's now configuring that. I'm assuming it's building these all as libraries, which is why it's just rerunning configure over and over again for each bit. Or at least that's what I hope it's doing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's building all its modules as shared libraries. So we'll know pretty quickly if this is or is not going to work. I am actually really curious on how, I believe it was called Soft Windows Systems, was the company that originally made Interix. Because it used to be called OpenNT when it first came out. I'm assuming they must have reverse engineered the POSIX API. It's the only way that makes sense to me. Hey, Tom Roomberg. I'm assuming that's all the configure steps actually done. It might be running configure because all the object files are actually built. Probably should have ran make clean. It is possible that's what they did. But they were, from what I could tell, they were a small no-name company. But yeah, it is possible that is exactly what they did. They may have been a Weiss partner. I could find very little information about them, about the original Interix company. Like, there's one snapshot of their old webpage on archive.org, and only like one page of it is archived. So I couldn't even find the press release where Microsoft bought them because it's been purged off the internet, and the Internet Archive doesn't have it. So I only have secondhand sources for literally everything. I'm a little concerned that it doesn't seem to be actually rebuilding anything, which sort of tells me that I probably should have actually run make clean before doing this. Although it is possible it runs differently when it's trying to build as with shared libraries. Dot 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 question mark dot dot dot. Oof. I hope everything turns out good, Tom Runeberg. The fact that it looks for AOL server, which was, I believe, mostly written in Tickle. That's a name from the past. I don't know why it keeps saying that it's unexpected upland. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm kind of just embracing this right now. Yeah, but before it was actually building... Okay, so now it does actually look like it's building stuff. So I'm going to hit Control C so I can run it with J6. And if it reruns configure, I will be very sad. No, it's good. So that's SQLite it's building. So it does seem like we ended up with shared module support? Question mark? I'm not convinced that this is going to work. Because I'm seeing it do the same O thing that we were seeing before. So I'm not convinced it's building shared libraries. Yeah, like we saw that when it was... When we looked here in the make file for expect, the problem was that shlib.ld was not being set somewhere. I'm assuming that comes from something in the Tickle source code. What was it? It was shlib_ld. So that does end up there. What's in the version that we have actually installed? Yeah, so the version we have installed doesn't have that command line set. So let me just run make install. And we saw that it did install a shared library. In fact, it's installed a few shared libraries. So now that we have tickleconfig.sh and it is installing modules there, whether or not they work is a completely open question. The only other way I could think to get around this problem would be to build expect directly into the tickle binary. I have absolutely no idea how you would do that. Yeah, there is it has, the version that shipped in services for Unix did not have an X11 server. I see nothing. Okay, hold on. There is a wiki here about TLC modules. And that has nothing to do with native code, which doesn't help in the slightest. Because native code is kind of what we care about right now. This took quite a bit of time last time, so if we look at Process Explorer, I don't know if this is better or worse than where we were before. I legitimately don't know if we're moving backwards or forwards. Let me write some notes. Also, did Microsoft actually hire them? I didn't see that before, Nico, when I was looking at it. If Microsoft may have... I mean, let's be honest. The POSIX subsystem was a hot train wreck. Them outsourcing it does actually make a fair bit of sense. I had gotten the impression it was a third-party product, but if they had access to the NT kernel source code, it wouldn't have been particularly hard for them to do it. Realistically, the POSIX... Like... You didn't need much to actually make the POSIX subsystem usable. You basically need the POSIX 2 API, which they could have basically implemented wholesale from the BSDs, which is actually effectively what they did. I don't know how much kernel support you would need, but they also add support for things like sockets, which that probably did need access to the source code. Oh, a Usenix paper. Neat. I did have an opportunity to go to Usenix, but I didn't actually end up taking it. I kind of regret that in hindsight, because going to Usenix sounds really cool. Speaking of Usenix, what is actually going on in the world? Oh yes, 2,000% import on solar panels from Asia because, you know, that's what the world needs. I can't upgrade the host compiler any further without a lot of work. There was bitrod support for Interix in 4.6, and it was completely removed with 4.7, so I can't easily... I'd have to go through, find the patches, re-add them, and then fix the bitrot. I could conceivably do it, but it would be hard. Like, I know GCC well enough at this point that I think I could actually pull that off, but I really don't want to. It looked like they killed support for Interrix entirely, not just Free 5. Like, I didn't get the impression that it was supported in mainline later than that. I mean, maybe it was. This took a really long time the first time we installed, so even though it doesn't look like it's... Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, don't tell me it crashed. I think we triple faulted. Please let me log in. Did the VM reboot? Yeah, I think the VM rebooted. Oh. Well. This is fine. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I could probably get it to work. I'd really have to rackle my brain to do so. But like, if I was going to do something that level of cursed, I'd almost be inclined to like try and get an updated GCC on AUX. I don't know how ungodly hard that would actually be to pull off, but no, that would actually be really terrible to pull off because I'd have to build it on AUX, and that tops out at a 40 megahertz. I think or 40 or 50 megahertz 68050, and no, that's the only thing I have to say to that. So yeah, we've now had our crash for the day. Unfortunately, this is a long install script. Alright, and then I am going to, just going to check some channel stuff while I'm over here. Yeah, my internet is being real wonderful. I wonder if I hit the bandwidth limit on the access point, which I could have conceivably done. I haven't quite figured out how you change the default shell. I'm pretty sure it's just done from the shortcut, so... Well, there's no password file. That's the thing. Like, I'm pretty sure the shortcut... Yeah, see, the shortcut quite literally just runs KSH directly as a login shell. Like, it's not a particularly intelligent system. I'm fine with running bash by hand because there may be some cases where I want to run KSH and run in the original environment without bash. Although I should set my bash prompt. Like, I should set my PS1 variable. I'm not going to worry about it right now. It does, in theory, work with NIS, so who knows how that actually works in practice. I'm not convinced that this is going to work. I really am not convinced. Alright, so that did build, though, so... I'm going to move our expect folder off to the side. And I'm going to just extract a new copy of it. Because I did get that to build, and I just want to keep that as a reference in case I need it. So, prefix opt tools with TLC. I was using the Linux from scratch as a reference for this, just to remember how you actually build it. Because you does need the TLC flag set. So opt tools lib with TLC include opt tools include. All right, so I did find tickle config. I'm hoping this will work. I wonder how much of this project has just been staring at configure scripts. Yeah, I did see that command not found. I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope it kind of all works. Because I'm pretty sure there was other places in the tickle library that I needed to edit it. But that was all database stuff, and we don't care. Like, we effectively do not care. Because we literally need this for one program. Alright, well, we're waiting. I like that it looks for Cray style PTYs. It shows where this code base has been used before. You know, I see SV style time zone. I think Greece, because SV is the amateur radio country code for Greece. All right, it is doing configure in the test suite. So much configure, so much wow. I'm going to go get a glass of tea. Okay, cool. Let's do gmake j6. Uh-oh. That problem's back. See, it should be getting that from the tickle config file. But it doesn't. It should, but it doesn't. Why doesn't it get this? So it finds tickle config. And then breaks in two. Let me open a subshell because I'm going to do something that may not be a smart idea. Optools lib tickle config sh. So and it's not set. That assertion failure concerns me. Okay. We do have TTYs. We even have fake TTYs. What happened? That is a different failure, though. Like, before it wasn't even trying to run the test suite. It said that it was static. So, it's no, you know what? That's the actual test it's failing. Test cat. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to open a... Okay, so it can't open a... No, it's having a... This is a problem with the PTYs. What is it using for its PTY interface? PTY term IOC. It says we have open PTY. So PTY term IOC open PTY. Okay, so we don't have that. Apparently this file's from NIST. So open PTY. We do have that function call. And that appears to be the only function call we have. I've never covered Xenix on this channel. I've done it in other places. God, this is a mess of platform code. You know what? Look, I don't think I can even trust it to see what it's doing. So it runs this function to open the slave PTY, and then it if I run truss on that, what do I actually end up with? I'm not convinced it's going to give me anything useful, because it's going to go down a process chain. Yeah, it's doing a wait PID, wait PID, interrupted system call. Actually, it may have done something useful. No, it did a wait PID for that. So, can I run the tickle stuff directly? Tickle S8 tests all TLC. Can't find okay, so you need tickle lib path here. Okay, now I can truss it. Alright, hold on. How do I tell trust to send it to a file? Open returned 6. It also tried to open ptmux. That's administrator. Although I don't... No, terminal 0 is mine. It should be able to open that. It did successfully... It did open... ptmux. I think we just have to tell it to use ptmx. Oh, actually it is using that, so then let's tell it not to use OpenTTY. Oh man, that terminal is kind of freaking out. Sorry if I'm not talking much. I am actually trying to focus on this. I'm not convinced that this is going to make a difference, but we'll see. Okay, so that's expected. And Philip Corfin, thank you for the super chat. And yeah, that was the typo on my part. Is that what is actually erroring out with? Like when we looked at this, it returned 6. Yeah, see, it actually returned 6. So it did open. And then it quits. You know what, let me open this file Notepad++ so I can actually, like, fucking read it. Syntax highlighting makes my life so much easier. So we did actually fix a problem, and we've just hit a new problem. Alright, up directory, tickle. Nope, that's the object file. I need I need its closely related cousin, the source file. So it does this if it does open. Oh god, this code's a fucking mess. Okay, so we don't have PTM. Like, this is not how you write cross-platform code. So if it doesn't... Okay, so if it can't open that code path... We don't have PTC. I don't think we have get... Yeah, it's not an SGI platform. So now this tries to open PTMX. But I get the feeling that it's dying before we even get there. I mean, this is looking very close to what actually is failing. I think I need to rerun the trust command just to see what it's doing now. So it does open PTMX, and then it... Oh god, does it have that SCO option set? No, it doesn't. Yeah, see, it doesn't even generate conf defs, which is irritating. So if we go back to the trust file, PTMX, so it opens that successfully, and then it... See, but it says it returns 6, which means it returns stream 6. And then what? It dies? I wish I had a usable debugger. That would be, like, so lovely right now. So does that directory actually exist? So we do have all the PTY files. So PTY, yeah. So those exist. Wait, did I maybe set the wrong variable? So we have dev pty maps like that, but that doesn't make sense. Let's see here. If 0 is greater than slave open, so this looks like exactly where it blows out. And then it returns 0. And when we see the actual error message over here, you're watching me suffer badly with dealing with. So open slave pty. Slave name, slave, and the error message. And it returns -1, which isn't right. Oh god, this code is actually busted. Because that's not the error condition. Returns -1 and sets error no. So if 0 is greater than... But trust tells us it's not returning 0. Yeah, that returns a handle. That actually does return a handle. Does this do more down here? So it does TTY name. Like, we can see the system call for TTY name. But those are the only two places it gets called. And we do theoretically have that function call. Yeah, it's there. Or did I not successfully completely get rid of it in here? Oh, I don't think I actually successfully got rid of it in here completely. We also have PTMX. Let me just... Because that was what I was trying to do originally. Yeah, it seems to be working and then it dies or something, which makes me think that this is just bit rot and expect, but God knows. This code is so spaghetti, I'm having trouble following it. And it looks like, so I push, okay, so that did actually change something. Where would I push be? So we do have... Okay, so that built... Yeah, and that shouldn't have linked because of reasons. Yeah. Like, we now have tickled the point that it can load a module, it just can't load... The problem is that the actual expect library is now broken. Dies with the same damn error. So we know... Hold on. Now that we know... I have a better idea of the code path it is actually using. So it's using this. We know it does TTY name. Yeah, it does TTY name here. Let me just confirm that I don't have those PTYM, PTY. Yeah, I don't have those. We do end up with TTYP there, but I don't think, yeah, we don't use that function call. Well, actually, we do use one here. It does an open TTY here, but I don't think that's... It does look like it successfully opens with... If OpenPTY does not equal 0, close, close, and return 1. What does OpenPTY say it does? Tries to get the next allocation. Return 0 on success, 1 on failure. PTY, PTMX. Okay, so this actually has Interx specific information. 256 terminals. Quickest way to open a terminal is open with PTMX. Can be found with PTMX name. The following I/O controls only apply to terminals. Yada yada yada. Files PT. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I think I just understood how this works, and it's... Oh, that is... Yeah, okay, because it's got this if dev have ptym interx. It uses these. Although this failed to compile when we tried it. Yeah, I'm sorry for not talking much. I am actually trying to focus on getting this to work. Oh God, Apollo domain. I think I'm looking at code that has been handed down literal generations. So PTMX. But when we built it with just the PTMX target, it blew itself up. So it complains about iPush. What does iPush do? Like, that just... The hell? Do we actually need these? Like, or can I disable these IO controls? They don't look like they don't actually look necessary, because whenever they fail, it just prints a warning. Well, that's an improvement. Now it crashes. All right. Now I'm curious. Let me look at the trust report and see what it actually does before it crashes. So it does open PTMX. It runs PTS name. I'm assuming it runs something and then just... Yeah, here's where it signals. So it... Let me follow the... I gotta follow the code path. So it opens PTMX as 5. It looks like it closes a bunch of terminals. So it sends control stuff. And then... Where is it open 6? I don't even see it open IO stream 6. I get the feeling that this is completely broken. We're trying to get Deja GNU running so I can run the GCC test suite, but I am very much stuck in the weeds on this one. Okay, so that completely fucking doesn't work. Do I have another option for terminal manipulation? Because it does open PTY and then something breaks. So this initializes the PTY, it has PTM. This code is fucking... This code is such a fucking mess. I can't even... It's hard for me to even follow it, and I could butcher it down, but I don't even know what interface I need. Yeah, I do actually. Chat has one. I pointed out something that I was thinking about. Can I let me run this as administrator? Like, let me just actually run as root. Who am I? It's the only possible thing that we haven't tried. Up. No, nothing. It tells me the slave name file it is trying to open, and it says it doesn't exist. But it does exist. So if it's greater, if 0 is greater than this, but when we look at it with trust, it does seem to work. Open return 6. So this shouldn't make a difference. The only reason, if that makes a difference, that means there's something wrong with the optimizer blew a fuse. No, we need it. We do need PTY support because it has to capture the sub-process output. This is something we actually do need. such device or address. Let me confirm that this is actually the code that's returning that error. Because at least I know I'm in the right ballpark. That helps. Okay, so it is in fact the check that's doing it. But trust says that we're opening it. This says we're not. Yeah, it says we're -1 when we get a return value. And open returns an int. Open return 6. Do we see a TTY name call here? Wait, this is trying to open the slave. Maybe wait, I just hold on. I just had a brainwave. What's going on with this code? So where is this actually called from? Okay, so it's not actually called from this function. Oh, that's called in a bunch of places. So it does open the slave, and it can be opened from, it looks like a few places. So the problem here is that it needs to be able to use pseudo TTYs to basically capture the terminal output. That's how it works. And it's doing a whole bunch of, shall we call it, deep magic to make that happen. How do I get those diag messages out? I'm assuming there's like a debug variable somewhere. Oh, Jason Marquis, thank you for the subscription. Sorry, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit kind of staring at this perhaps futilely. Alright, so it's only when it opens the slave PTY it actually goes kaflooey. But it does seem like... So 0 is greater than slave. Yeah, I'm going to take the... This doesn't feel right to me, but I just want to see something. Because I feel like we're dealing with an impossible situation. This is KNRC that has a code for Apollo domain, which really tells you the vintage of this code base. So it is actually a failure. I think it can only... Hold on. This just gave me an idea of what actually is going on. So it calls get PTY slave. Where are we calling it from? Because now that actually has just become relevant. Because maybe it's opening the wrong file. We should be seeing the failure of it opening. Like, we see it open, but we see an open command go, but that may not be what's actually where it's actually opening at. In copy... Yeah, so it doesn't call it at all from there. There was that clib file. Let me see if which I assume is what it calls if you're calling it from a library. Oh, wow, that's some deep magic. Like, you know, Ultrix 1.2 code support here, and it's all fucking intermixed, and... So, it does look like it runs the get pty master command successfully, which basically should be in here. Yes, it is. So, given that we don't have pty, what does this end up doing? I bet that syscall that we're seeing is actually OpenPTY doing its thing. Yeah, so it does OpenPTY, and then it does close master, close slave. And then it closes the slave process. Hold on. Let me look at the trust log again. Yeah, and that's exactly what it's doing here. So it opens TTY P0, it opens 6, and then it closes it, which is what we see here. Well, it closes slave. I'm assuming this is probably doing something nonsensical. The open file descriptors for the master side of the PTY and the subordinate side are returned to locations in a master and a slave. Fork PTY returns 0 on success or -1 on failure. Process must have an effective user or super user for all the intended functions, but we've already tried this as administrator and it no worky. Do I have ID? Unless it's somehow hard-coded to be ID 0, which God knows this software is stupid enough to actually do. Get mem. Hold on, I didn't see that comment before. You said the get gr. What is that? Man get gr nam. User account database. Where is it doing that? It's trying. Okay, so it's trying to get the TTY group, which is consistent with what we would expect to see for our open PTY. It does do a chown and a change owner, change mod. It does get IDs. Like that all, you know, that's all consistent with, okay. That actually makes sense. That's all consistent with what we would expect to see from the PTY. And then it gets a broken pipe here. Okay, so where's the pipe actually breaking? Yeah, no, that may or may not be relevant. It's kind of making me think that this is actually broken on Interix, which is not good thing. Because this basically just sort of YOLO's getting the slave name. So where does slave name come from? So PTY... which does exist. And that also exists. So how does the slave name actually get set here? Because that doesn't make sense to me. I'm assuming that's done near the, that's probably going to be done by the OpenPTY call. It only one that makes sense. So it opens the PTY, it gets the master name, it copies slave name and then TTY name from the slave PTY. Tries to change the origin of the subordinate device to the real ID of the current process, the membership group to the group TTY. If such a group exists on the system, the access permissions for reading and writing by the owner and writing by the group. If the argument name is not null, can I define a group? Like, I don't have... Yeah, I don't have a groups file. It's mapped to the Windows one. There's supposedly a way you can do it. But yeah, I think this might be a lost cause. I honestly am not optimistic about this because I have no idea how to get this to work. The only thing that comes to mind is maybe trying an older version of Expect, but I can't imagine. Let me see if I can find a copy of the test suite results. It's the only thing less that I can think of. So, InterX. I'm getting close to my hard stop. I mean, I'm looking here. GCC does have a way to upload the tests. I remember on this bug report, it does actually talk about running the tests. Actually, hold on. There is a wiki page. I don't know if they'll have anything useful. Yeah, so this one person was able to run the test cases. Who's Karl? All right, just for my absolute sanity, I want to just check one thing. GCC 4.6. Have I been going down a complete and total rabbit hole? Who am I? This is the administrator window. Like, I do need to install Deja GNU. I can't just run make check, right? Because if I can run make check, I'm gonna cry. I'm assuming this will blow up in about 3 seconds. Alright, while that runs, I'm going to continue to stare at this code. So it closes the slave. This doesn't seem right to me. Like, I'm just trying to do stuff to make it change its behaviors. I'm kind of shooting in the dark right now, because I am at a complete loss of how to fix this. The only thing I could think to do is maybe try an older version of Expect, but it hasn't changed in many years. Like, this is a minor bug fixed version. You know what? Let me switch these windows around because this one has a history I actually want to... yeah, let me switch these windows around. You can build GCC, I'll do the other one. I'm assuming that will error out, because if it doesn't, I'm kind of going to lose my mind. Let me pull up my search results again, because someone has to have done this. Well, here's a report from Bill Frazier. Oh, that's nice. It memory dumps. Honestly, my only real thought here is that this could have possibly changed. Yeah, I mean, look at this. There's like been 3 changes in 3 years. When was the last time the PTY code was updated? The last patch to the PTY code was in 2010? bunch of compiler warnings gets fixed there. I mean, we're going into back to 1993. It doesn't look like there's any relevant changes listed in the changelog. I'm not convinced that that's something I should trust. Oh, and it also needs autogen. Fuck my life. What does autogen come out of? I think we're going to have to just kind of... I'm assuming autogen is part of auto tools. That sounds about right, but who the fuck knows? No, it's part of an entirely different package, it looks like. What else do you actually need to run the test suit? Because I thought it was this... Hold on, let me actually look at the GNU documentation. Because I didn't know there was an autogen dependency. There is apparently a bug about it, which is loading very, very slowly. All right, Adam Scott, have a good night. Yeah, I think this... I'm kind of at the point of this is a lost cause. I might be able to get it to work if I really put my brain to it, but... I'm kind of inclined to YOLO this. I am really inclined to YOLO this. I'm going to go on break for a few minutes while I ponder my options, and then I'll just kind of talk it out on stream. So I'll be back in a few minutes. forgot to put the AFK screen up. Or my stream lag is so bad it hasn't caught up to me being AFK. Alright, I had a really stupid idea while I was staring at the rain. There is one possibility, and if this is it, I might actually lose my... like, completely lose my mind. I'm just going to hard code in the path. This should not work. Which means if it does work, something is really effing screwy. Like, this should not work, what I'm about to do. And if it does work, I'm going to, like, completely... I'm going to just kind of break down and cry. Hold on. I gotta run the full command. The only reason I could think that there's a file not found problem is maybe there's something on that string that isn't right. Because that error doesn't make sense. Like, it legitimately doesn't make sense why that error is happening. Okay, well, at least that's... Can I open... You know what? Hold on. This error may be misleading. Yeah, there it is. There's the error. The device file exists, but it doesn't actually work. There it is. I found the problem. Oh, AFK screen is still up. Okay, I found the problem. So what I did is I hard-coded in the path because I was wondering if there was junk being returned from it. Device not configured. It says it exists, but it doesn't exist. Oh, that fucking sucks. Let me see if I can figure out what the... It gets the PTY path. If I want to see the... Is it EF? Yeah, that would do it. Let me look at this. Open master PTY with subordinate file can be found with PTS name. That system call doesn't work. That system call doesn't work. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Holy crap, that was a... I had the right brainwave. Okay, so how do I now make it do something? It says I should have these PTX files. Like, it should be... It runs PTY name and it gets a device that doesn't exist. Function gets the related device name of a file descriptor for is a TTY is true. The name has the form of dev TTY ident, where the ident specifies the type of device and identifies it. Yeah, I don't think this actually works. I think this is a broken subsystem. What do the other devices have? What are their major and minor numbers? Yeah, look, those return a major minor number of 4, not 5. So if that is actually how it works, you can get it with PTS name. So where does this run PTS name? Like, it was crashing when we tried this before, but now we actually know what it is actually doing. Okay, all right. So OpenPTY does not actually give us something that works. So PTMX. The problem was that this was crashing before, so now we have to figure out where it is crashing. I need to look at the stress. Also, I found out my engagement tonight is actually at 6:30, so I have actually quite a bit longer I can stream than I was going to. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So let's look at the trust log and figure out where it's actually crashing. Is it opening PTMX? It is opening PTMX. It runs PTS name. And then where does it die? That's the problem, is I don't know where it dies. I mean, maybe we'll get lucky and... Oh, holy crap, it actually gave me... Holy crap, the debugger did something useful. It's dying in match process. Okay, so if that's where it's dying, where's that function? It's in expect.c. Oh, this is a fucking long function, though. And it does evaluations on... And, oh, dear God, this is... My debugger isn't... I don't think my debugger is actually this useful. Give me anything useful. So where are we? I need to see info registers. The instruction pointer is... It looks like it's dying pretty early in the function. 34B... 34B 370. Oh, it looks like it does a call on a function on the fly. That's not going to be easy to debug. Yeah, I think... Does dereference count? It does a bunch of string stuff. Broken match above, since it's going to be EOF without blah, 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 return result. Where are you blowing your brains out? How do I get these dialog log functions to show up? Like, there's got to be a way to get those out. Where is this function actually? So how do I get these log functions to show up? Like, I just want to turn them all on so I can get some useful output. Okay, so it's this diag to std error is the magic variable name I need to find. How can I set that? Okay, I think I can just, I can just hard code it in like that. And yeah, I think I just have to hard code it in like that. Let's see if we can get some useful debug info. Oh, there we go. Okay, so so now unsynchronized from child, spawn returns, sending, okay. So if we look at, where was it? Looks like there's more log messages I can enable. So we get spawn out, spawn ID out, waiting for sync bike, telling child to go ahead, now unsynchronized from child, sending, so it sends the command, it goes out, grep spawn returns. So it gets spawn returns. Why do we die here then? Oh, wait a minute. I have a feeling I know what's going on now. Wrong file. So, all right, let's see what this function has. So it sends an object command. It sends TLC OK. It goes send process. What was the exact failure command output? I don't think this crash is related to the TTYs. I think the TTY code is working. I think this is a separate crash. So spawn returns sending. So we end up here. So send to proc. Closing brace doesn't appear. It's an error encountered before we could send it. To here, then string. An error was encountered before we could send it. EXP expect 5. So that looks like that's that string line. So where's the closing brace come from? Okay, and so here's the closing brace. So we die here. We actually die right around here. So we write characters, we do exponent, we check validity state, TLC error. I think the debugger sent us on a wild goose chase. Match process. Do you do a match process anywhere around here? So you check state, go to finish. You look for this state log. Okay, so it sends here. It writes characters. We get more output than that, so it doesn't quite make sense to me where we're dying. If send to proc dialog log. ES pointer name. That probably is this line here. So then it does check validity, interpreter, ES pointer, it does a state check. So if I get rid of this line, does the output, like, that what the last line we get is? Or we're actually crashing. How long have I been streaming for? 5.5 hours. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm going very fast with this. Okay, so it crashes right there, so that line does actually do something. So now we need to know where it's crashing. I'm guessing one of these functions must eventually end up back here in match process. Where does match process get called from? Match process gets called from the interpreter. The interpreter, we reference the interpreter here. Slow write, human write, TTY break. I have to add some debug code. I need to know where. I need to know where we're actually going Kaputski. Yeah, this is this is a cursed code base. Do we get anything useful in the error log? No, we do not. Which means we are actually dying earlier. Where the hell is that dying from? This code base is just making me sad. I mean, I might just want to try building an older version, but I don't think the code has changed at all. The fact that there's an assertion failure, though, when we link it, kind of concerns me. Okay, so we get the here, so we do get this here message. We don't hit this error path. So are we dying when we cook the string? Let's add a here too and see where we end up. We are literally playing Marco Polo. Some LD failures are expected because the make script is a little bit broken. And I can't be bothered to fix it correctly. Yeah, the problem is that it doesn't like InterX as a platform. Although that should be obvious from other reasons. So we do get here too. And then we go Kaflui. So where do we die if we're not ending up here? Because we're not getting to here, we don't get the closing bracket. Unless... Oh, I'm going to be really happy. I'm going to be really unhappy if we end up here, because it means we're leaving this function. I am kind of giving up hope on running the GCC test suite, though. So no, we don't get to the finish line because we don't get error finish. And this should just be finished. So where does it explode? Is there a code path that I'm not sending a message on? We run for this case statement. Let me put another here message in here. So we get here 1, here 2, and then, but we don't get to here 3. So that means we're dying in this if statement. But I send messages on every case of the... Oh god, it's crashing before it can send my message. Oh god. String length. What is it in length? Because maybe it's the message is getting cooked. I have a really bad feeling that as far as we're going to take this. I don't, strictly speaking, need expect to build out the rest of this, but it would be nice. Oh, it did actually print a string. Hold on. Hold the boat. That needs to have a line break on it. That needs a line break on it. So it sends a length of 1, and oh, I'm pretty sure I know what it sent. I'm pretty sure it sent /r. Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing, because that would make sense with the behavior. Because it sent str and then it goes back to the beginning. So that's not where we're crashing. What send style are we sending? I'm legitimately not... I'm really not getting anywhere quickly. So it's a send style of 1, so which code path is that going down? Grep send style. Did I put an extra character? Oh, I put an extra character in. So it's sending it plain. But the message never goes through, so that means we have to be crashing right here. What happens if I comment that out? That's where we're crashing. Because look, now we have send style 1 and then it takes a dump. And if I get rid of that, that means here in write characters. Which is probably not actually all that useful. Let me see where that ends up. So that goes into Chan. Oh, that's concerning because we had test failures there. Oh, maybe that's not where that function is. No, apparently that function's in this file. Or maybe it's not. It's defined as an extern. Where is that file? Is it in the interpreter? No. Where is this function? Uses in write characters, it's used in command. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me check the command file. Well, I have checked the command file. Find all in current document. Yeah, well, it does tell me that we're dying going down this code path, but I am extremely confused as to how and where. And I can't even find this function to look at it. Because it's defined as external in the header file. Oh, that doesn't help me. Let me look in Chan again, just in case it's actually in here. Oh, it is in here. So this goes into... So it basically just calls tickle write characters into a buffer. And I'm pretty sure that's where we crash. Shit. That's about all. The thing is that I know that the channel stuff is actually broken, or it was having problems. Yeah, if I run gmake test here. And this is where we get the first test failures, right here, chan.io. Yep, that's basically what happens. And then it goes kaplooey. And it runs into problems writing sockets. How is this you know, let me look and see how this function is implemented. Maybe there's a way, maybe there's a different API it can use that is less broken. This all looks like code that dealing with terminal stuff. That's literally all modem code. Like, do you do something like OpenPTY? Nope. You do devtty there. So we die here in ever writing sock. It doesn't successfully get code in or out. It opens a socket. Actually, I'm not. I think there was more test failures than that, but it does look like it does an echo server. I'm assuming it's trying to run. It looks like it's running through TCP/IP. Alright, while that's running, let me look at the actual test code, just so I can get an idea of what it is actually doing. So it only actually failed one test. Oh no, it actually no, sorry. It skipped 137 tests. Um and that's relating to half closed sockets. So why did it skip all these test channel ones? Is there like a configure flag here that I've missed? Not that I'm seeing. Alright, so going back to this. Let me just make sure there's nothing wrong with the actual channels themselves. Yeah, all tests passed. So it's just the channel IO one that had that single test failure on a half-closed socket. If I just comment this out, does the crash go away? You know, I have my lunch sitting right here, and I should probably eat it. Yeah, and it still dumps core. I'm a little bit at a loss on how to debug this. I'm going to chew on my lunch for a bit. You know, actually, I'm going to go on break. I'm going to eat my lunch. And when I get back, I'm going to have a plan. Because as of right now, I don't have a plan, and I have to think of a plan. I had an idea. I had an idea while I was eating lunch. There was precompiled software for InterX. Maybe... Yeah, this is actually playing through the music library that I've used for all my videos, because I know all these tracks are Content ID safe. I should have done this a while ago. Let me look for InterX. Someone had found... I gotta go. I actually have to get Discord up. What's going on in my Discord? And also, for some reason, my copy of Discord is in the junk folder. That's fine. InterX, package source, binaries, TLC. There is a possibility that someone has actually already done this. Oh, first stab at InterX support. There we go. There we go. There's an actual patch here. God, my internet is running at freaking glacier speeds. Yeah, that's pretty close to what I actually came up with. It's not perfect, but that is actually somewhat close to what I came up with. Someone, if I can find the old copies, the old binaries. Let me see here, hold on. Actually, Gentoo InterX TLC. Because someone found a prefix for TLC. Because I don't need to build this myself, and I will consider this one acceptable. The thing is that I see these e-builds, it is masked out on Gentoo. Yeah, see, x86 InterX, it's masked out. And I see a excuse me, I see a patch here that makes it for binary source. Binary source InterX 3.5 SFU. Come on, someone has to have saved this. There is a pretty good chance that they built everything with GCC 3.3. Yeah, Gentoo had a project for a while for letting you run emerge on yeah, it was called Gentoo Alt. It was basically a way to make it go. Yeah, that's all I actually need. The problem is I have to actually find it. I know package source had decent support for InterX at one point. Do we have build logs for package source? It's like this is the only thing I could actually think that might work. Problem is I need a very old version of it, and I'd have to download it on what is essentially potato internet. Okay, so here we go. I got Discord up on the other window. Let me go through my messages, because someone did actually send this my way. I kept a note of it. Holy crap, my internet is suffering today. I think it was in General B. Wow, this is lag. Let me just do a search for InterX. Like, so, let me see if this has actually got it. Nope, that's InterX on Itanium. Which was just a discussion on it. Let me see what else we have here. Knows about InterX. Conflicts with Perl. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I believe the Nico actually found it for me. Okay, so what the Nico found was a prefix build of, yeah, it was a prefix build for Interx 86. That doesn't help me because that didn't build. Come on, someone's gotta have this. Translate this page. That might be what I need. Those look like bin files. UNIX tool warehouse, and that has package add. And it does have tickle. Does it have expect? It doesn't have expect, but maybe it's been built. I'm gonna open this on a new tab, and I'm gonna open on the other screen just because half the time these links that are this old, like end up on porn sites. Yeah, there's an FTP link here. No, it's a dead site. It's a dead site. Damn it. Maybe that FTP is still good. The site itself is up. It just doesn't lead anywhere. But it does actually look like it still exists. So let me grab a command line. Let's see if this FTP still exists. Holy crap. Oh, login incorrect. That's no longer a public FTP server. Can I get a translation of this page? Try again. I mean, the problem isn't just tickle. Okay, hey, look, it actually translated. Download from the UNIX tools warehouse. Can we go to Internet Archive on this? There is a chance the Internet Archive has saved this. I need TLC and I need expect. I can build Deja GNU easily enough if I just have expect. Let's see if Internet Archive has our emergency biscuits. And assuming we don't die of old age waiting for the Wayback Machine. Alright, let's go back. How far back do we want to go? Let's try 2009. Let's grab the snapshot. See, I don't remember if Internet Archive sucks FTP sites down. I think they have a separate project for that, but I don't know if it would here. Tools for Windows, subsystem for Windows Server 2003 R2. All stuff being packaged, don't need to build anything, is a binary release. Do you have expect? They have expect. They have expect for tickle. Oh, holy crap, they might add. Please tell me it's actually here. Oh no, you have to be a registered member. Crap. That means it probably didn't get saved. Oh. so phooey. Yeah, you have to be a registered member to download it. It has the all the stuff here. That being said, it does have the versions that do apparently work. Let me go to package sources CVS. Because if it ever worked with package source, it will have the patches. Oh good, there is a conversion to GitHub. So that would be under... I guess it'd be under programming. I don't even know where it would be. Here we go. Search for file. TLC. So they have patches. Let's see what they have under the patches folder. Oh, they have a lot of patches. I don't know if any of those are relevant to us. So let's go back in time. Why are you making me sign in? I'm really gonna have to go back in time on this one. Or can I search these messages? Search Interx TLC. Maybe I'll get lucky. Nope, of course not. I am not that lucky. Actually, hold on. Do you have branches? Like, can I look at this repo as it existed in 2013? Oh, you do. That is beautiful. Let's, we'll go 2009 quarter 3. That's old enough that this would still been used on Interx. Wow, that's like some real useful patches right there. Yeah, that doesn't even tell me what the patches are. Can I get hacks.mk? That's a file. Force no optimization there. That doesn't help me. Yeah, that doesn't help at all. Frig. Let's see what plist has. Is that like patch list? Nope, those are just the files that come out. So it did build at one point. It's just it doesn't build in current year. What version of Expect does it have? Expect 5.4. We're building 5.4.5, 5.45. That's about the only thing I could actually think of right now because I am legitimately running out of ideas. And for all I know, I have toolchain problems. So we have this first stab at Interx support from 2021. The fuck? There's no way that's... No, okay, no. It's actually from 2005. Okay. So it's patch AB and AG. It adds an InterX target to add shared libraries, which is basically identical to what I did. Does it say what version of TLC this applies to? Yeah, see, they also patched the M4 code, which I didn't, and I really don't want to do because that means I have to build auto tools. Okay, so they applied the patch to 849. But they also have in the patch here... Okay, so this was applied... So if we go to package source, and we look back at their TLC patch... They applied it to in AF. So patches. Yep, there it is. So I guess Tickle 6.4 is what I need to go with. I gotta be honest, I have no better ideas here, so I think we're just gonna rock with it. Let's see if we can find a copy of this version of Tickle. I have a little bit less than an hour to actually do this. If I can not download you from SourceForge, that would be amazing. Okay, so we want 649 because that's what their patch applies to. And I also need an older copy of Expect. Expect 543. I mean, it's almost the same exact version. Where do I download this? I mean, Linux from Scratch is referencing it in their 2007 version of their guide, which makes sense. Oh, wow, I didn't actually realize Expect came from NIST. Okay, I'm really hoping this downloads. No, of course not. Why would that download? That would be way too effing easy. Okay, here's thank you, Oregon State University Open Source Lab. You have just saved my Canadian bacon. Wow, my internet is running slow. Alright, so 5.4.3. It's also got this spawn patch, which I might as well grab for good measure. Alright, let me kick these over to the VM, because I think at this point this is kind of our last go at this. I also have to grab the patches for... Where's my downloads folder? Where's my downloads folder? Where's my SFU source folder? Okay. Grab that, put that there. Alright, so then we need to grab the two patches here. Yeah, because that fixes that changes the M4 stuff. So let's. Can I get this as a? Yeah, let me just hit download raw file. And then the other one was AB, which I believe also had some InterX code in it. Yes, it did. Okay, so we need both of these. So download and download. I have no idea how I'm going to edit this section into a video. I'm going to probably have to continue this tonight, but let's just get as far here as we can. 8, 6, 116. Can I run uninstall here to remove it? Like, am I that lucky? No, I'm not. Alright, that means I have to clean this out by hand. So now let's download. Can I not save this directly? Save target as. Okay, that works. TLC source. Oh wait, that's tickle. Yeah, that's not what I needed. I needed TLC, not tickle. Where was my browser window with all the magic goodness source stuff? That's not the patch I needed. I need... Yeah, it's here. Yeah, I just grabbed the wrong binary. Alright, TLC. Not tickle, please. And we need... They only have it as a zip file. Oh no, they have it... What version did we need? I think it was 8.9... God, this is so slow. 8.4.9. Alright, so 8.4.9. I only have it as a zip file, but that's going to have to do. Right, and then we copied that. Nope, that's the wrong file. There we go. That's the right file. Cool. All right, let's get that extracted to the right directory. Did I just say this page is an unspecified security flaw? I'm pretty sure that's what that just said. All right, let me bring chat back up. Yeah, my sanity is kind of fading away. I should have used old tickle, but... All right, it's 5:04. The absolute latest I can stream to is 6. And I probably have to shut down before then, but I want to just see if... It shouldn't take that long to know if this is going to help or not. Oh, right. I have to patch it first. Hold on. That's not going to work as is. Okay, so that applies in the root directory of 849. So it's P0 for the format. Ooh. That's not good. Why didn't that apply cleanly? Or is this a different version of the patch? What did that? What was rejected? Okay, we probably actually do care about that. Let me reverse the patch. Yeah, that's fine. This version of the patch must be for an older version. Oh yeah, no, it definitely. I pulled the patch file from 2009. All right, hold the boat. Let's go even further back in time. Like, how far back in time in package source history can I go? Let's go back to 2000. Let's go back to 2005. Thank you, GitHub. Okay, here we go. What version of Tickle do you actually apply to? Assuming I can see it here. Make file version. 8411. Close enough. I can grab 8411. Okay. Yeah, and the patch does look smaller. Okay, that's 1. And that's 2. Let's re-download those patches. Free hooks failed. What failed? I don't know if that's Interact specific stuff. I probably need to download the exact version. Damn it. Fine. You get what you want, package source. I will go grab that exact version. I will grab .11. Assuming it's here. Uh-oh. I have 10. I don't have 11. Are you flipping kidding me? Like, am I going to have to go further back in package source to find versions of the patch that just work? This patch has to exist. Okay, yeah, they have it on SourceForge. They do have it on SourceForge. The thing I have to do tonight is later than I expected. It's at 6:30 instead. So I'm going to go a little bit longer because at this point I'm going to be really unhappy leaving it here. I will likely just fire up the stream one more time after I finish this event. I should only be gone for about 2 hours. It's just, like I said, it is a hard stop. Yeah, problems downloading. Can I please just... go back. Direct link. Save file as. There we go. That isn't slow at all. Alright, fine. Okay, that patch applied cleanly. Where's the second patch need to be applied? Tickle. Okay, so that also has to be applied in the UNIX folder. I'm hoping that this will be a new enough version to actually run Deja GNU. If not, at least I've got something to work from. I'm going to step away from keyboard while this builds. I'll be back in a few minutes. Please tell me it's... No, it has exploded. Maybe one of the other patches has this function? Stir to... Wait. Hold on. I know what the actual problem is. It's the same problem we had earlier. Alright. I'm going to confirm that that's the actual problem. I'm assuming it needs all sources. That may also be defined in the platform files for package source. So maybe I won't find that easily. Let me just see if there's anything useful here. Something thread, 64-bit. Does some post-build stuff. I don't think any of this we actually care about. What? No, it died in exactly the same place. I'm assuming I don't actually have this function. All right, fine. I gotta look at their patches and see if there's actually something there. This wouldn't be so bad if GitHub was not being this absolutely horrendous thing. Like, what is in patch AA? Nothing relevant. Nothing relevant. Nothing relevant. Not relevant. What does this function even do? Stir to string to long number. Yeah, I don't think we have this function. Okay, so I have its little baby brother. Ooh, what was that? So it does a... Yeah, it does check it, but it doesn't seem to do anything with it. Yeah, because we don't have that function. Generic. Surprised that that was a that. Yeah, so it depends on this function. Wident is long. Which it should not actually be defining. But where does that actually come out on the command line? Because we don't even have wident. Or at least I'm fairly certain we don't have it. Yeah, I don't even see where that's getting defined. Yeah, the problem is I'm not seeing where it's getting defined. Uh... Yeah, this needs to run the other branch. Ugh. Wait, did that say not defined? If not defined... Well, right now it's not so much links from scratch as trying to fix Tickle so I can run. It says it only builds this if it's not defined. If not defined, wident. So wait, what? Is this function not actually what I think it is? TLC 4211. TLC patched. I forgot who pointed that out, that tickle. It was someone a long time ago taught me that. So this says that both int and long are the same size. There is long, but if defined all source ll long. No, okay, you know what? We need to actually we need to flip that switch the other way. This works. Please build. No. Why must you forsaken me? I mean, it shouldn't be defining Win32 because we're not under a Win32 environment. It's... yeah, it's not a Win32 environment. Okay, well, that got that building. I'm not convinced it's right, but it did build. What? TLC GCC. Why is there a comma? I don't understand why there's a comma, and that concerns me. Because it tries to build... Unless I need some of those other patches, I might need some of those other patches. Wow, this is... I feel like I was better off... I really dislike Tickle. I really dislike Tickle. Yeah, so it's trying to build Tickle CC. It doesn't find it. And then it breaks in like a new way. There's no config. There is no config.h. It doesn't use one. Scheist. I saw other patches in package source that are probably related to this one. Let me look at these and see if I can figure out what actually broke. If a package source wasn't so slow, this would not be as excruciating as it is. Yeah, see, this actually uses... This actually patches a bunch of stuff in the make file. So I suspect I need these other patches, so I will grab them. And then we will apply them. Well, actually, this one I don't need. That one's related to NetBSD. That's related to DL test. I'm not going to worry about that one. Configure in. This looks like this is patching stuff for Mac OS. All right, I'm just going to grab this one patch and we'll see if it helps, because that one looked directly relevant for this problem. I've got 20 minutes before I gotta pull the plug. So, I will take a second stab at this after for the night, because I got nothing else going on today. This week is basically wide open for me. Oh, you patched Gmake in. Damn it. Fine. Just clean. Well, okay, I guess that works. Nope, that did actually just clean it. Okay, so if that's the case, I need to rerun. That would have been probably just easier to type it by hand, except for the fact I know that's not actually right. C flags. I was looking. The modern versions do that. This version doesn't appear to do so, which is concerning and confusing. I am legitimately kind of hitting that point. Oh God, how is it 7 hours? Like, I feel like I've been on a wild goose chase. Like, I really don't feel like I'm getting anywhere with this. The fact is that these two versions did at one point work with Interix. So maybe I can possibly somehow maybe coax it into building and working. I'm pretty close to throwing a towel. I did not expect to be going this many hours at this, and I'm not getting anywhere. Alright, well, it's building. Are you flipping kidding me? Do I not have libtool? No, I don't have libtool. That's... The problem is that package source makes changes to this to assume that it complies with its environment. And... yeah... Alright, if I just do that, what do I end up with? Yeah, you just complain that you can't find any of these files. Yeah, I'm looking at 8.4.11. All right, I think I'm gonna call it here. I will be live streaming later tonight. I've hit a brick wall on this. I need to do something else for a while, and I have some real life obligations.